Alrighty, boys and girls. Good morning. Can we see if we can have a day without technical issues? Let's see, shall we? Let's see. Interrupted by power cuts yesterday. My internet went out for about 20 minutes, which was weird yesterday as well. I don't know what... There's been roadworks happening on my street, and I have a sneaky suspicion it's got something to do with that. But welcome in, boys and girls. Good morning. Yes, I'm also aware I'm running slightly late. The Kick Mafia got to you? Well, hopefully not. Yeah, we were talking about Kick and streaming platforms and stuff, weren't we? But we will... maybe we'll skirt that topic for today's stream. Let's get some of the basics up and running. It's Tuesday, right? Tuesday means last day before reset. Usually the day I tend to... What in the world is going on over here? What is that fountain of goo coming out the floor? What is this? Hello? Greened, purpled. What the hell is this? This is a toy? This has got to be a toy, right? Huh. It's a soda fountain? Is that what it is? That's got to be some Mountain Dew promo from back in the day or something, right? Surely, I don't know. That's weird. Okay. Cheerleader, how are we doing? Welcome in. Good morning. Zika, I hope you're doing well this morning. Good morning. Right, let's grab some of this out of here. Have we been undercut on our mechanic amounts? Of course we have. Let's get those back in order. Mr. K-Chat, good morning. Some new faces here this morning. Some new faces. Hope everybody's well. I'm running behind schedule today. The wife is in the office, so I was left to sort dogs and everything solo this morning, which isn't a problem, but it usually delays me slightly. Right. I am starting to get a smidge, and only a smidge, but a smidge concerned about the sale rate of these pets and mounts. I'm not the only one that's feeling this way. I've heard the same. A few mutterings here, there, and everywhere going on about the sale rate of some of these things. Now, I don't strictly believe TSM's sale rate data, but I have now, for the best part of a week, had one of every item up competitively priced on Draenor, one of the biggest realms in the EU, and I am still very infrequently getting sales on these. Where's my journalator info on this? Can we track? Okay, the last month maybe. So we are 1, 2, 3 mounts and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pets in the last month, which still totals up to a solid amount of gold. But it is also slightly concerning that one guy seems to be buying all of them, and I suspect he is buying them from me to take them somewhere else, flipping rather than farming. Delve mats look in pain. Oh, you spotted these, have you? Yeah, you spotted all of these in the bags. Yeah, we're waiting on a miracle on those ones. Oh boy. Goldson, my man, welcome in. Good morning. Zanzaful is back. Yeah, I spotted Zanzaful dropped a video yesterday, a video on player housing. He's got some interesting opinions on player housing. He also seems to have put his money where his mouth is, though. He seems to have stockpiled up a bunch of materials. But that's Zanzaful's kind of thing. That's what he does. Yeah, these delve mats, we're a little bit in the bin with these. There is probably going to come a point where I'll cut my losses on them. Yeah, not yet. You might want to change your Discord, whatever message, it just got displayed by the overlay on the screen. Wait, what? What a surprise. The only streamers on are Manthi and Grandma's. Wow, Grandma's streaming right now, is she? Do I not have Wow Grandma followed? Oh, she's in my live list. She's not in my followed list for some reason. I'm still holding on to my tinder boxes in delusional hope. Well, you got to pray, haven't you? One can dream. One can dream that something will cause something to happen. And if something doesn't happen, then, well, you win some, you lose some, right? But you win some, you lose some. Right, that was the sound of my actual second coffee of the day. I got to do some patron orders first thing this morning, which is not the most interesting stuff, but it's something we kind of have to churn through. We've got to get these alchemists up and running. So let's log you on, you on, you on, and you on. Maybe upgraded tinderboxes next season. Who knows? Genuinely, who knows? Like I said, I'm not particularly hopeful. Once again, it's one of those where the theory was probably right. Buying them when, buying them when they crashed at the beginning of season 1. The start of season 2 was probably not a terrible idea. With the thought that they might rise again towards the end of the season, because you can usually quite safely assume that what happens in one season will roughly happen in the next. But with Blizzard's forcible nature of you must continue to do delves has, at least so far, not caused them to sort of bounce back up. But, we'll see. We'll see. All right, let's get some patron orders done for alchemy. Otherwise, these thaumaturgists are never going to get up and running. Until we get these up and running, we are beholden to 3 catch-up points a day, which is grim, but it is what it is, as they say. All right, there's a few mats. Bang these out nice and quick. 1, 2, 3. We'll do a quick thaumaturgy just because it's cheap on the daily. And have we got our first time crafts on all of this? We have. Right, that dude's done then. That dude's done. Next fella. Welcome in, Telomere. Good morning, good morning. Cricks, welcome in. Good mornings. Good morning, good mornings. Is it starting to feel like summer for other people as well? I'm obviously not talking to Team Australia here because you have summer 13 months of the year. But for my European brothers and sisters, does it start to feel a little bit like summer now? It's peeing down. Well, I mean, British weather, That's what happens. So, yes, no change. No change. Rain. June. Definitely. I'm almost having to start being a little bit cautious about when I take the dogs for a walk, now that it's getting to sort of 20 degrees-ish. Because, I don't know, well, you can see one floof. 2 of my floofs are almighty floof. And it's not very nice to take them out when it's blisteringly hot. They get a bit sweaty. Going to be 30 degrees plus all week in Hungary. Not happy. Had to turn on the AC yesterday. Woo. 30 degrees though. Suntan weather. That's t-shirt, beer and barbecue weather for us Brits. Let's get a quick thaumaturgy blast just for the daily bonus. The irony being is that the first of the day bonus doesn't even really seem to spin a profit, but these gleaming transmutes that we get basically for free, we'll throw them through. Oh, we can actually do a first time craft on a blasphemite. We're only harvesting first time craft bonus on that. We'll probably use it on these things because this actually spins a bit more of a profit these days. But this is all in interim until we get these nodes filled, which we're on our way to. German weather has been quite agreeable lately. What a phrase. Quite agreeable. That's almost very British. Where's me craft sim button gone? Hello? Why is craft sim not on this character? Who's turned me craft sim off? Who's done that then? How did that do its thing? How since yesterday did CraftSim randomly turn off? No wonder I can never get all my add-ons on all of my accounts in order when they randomly change for no apparent reason. One thing I do want to look at doing a little bit today, I've got some rare killing to do in the Undermine still. I've been real hard slacking on that this week. Hence why I haven't opened all the mailboxes and haven't harvested all the Mechanica, because I've been big slack. I think I've gone like basically 4 days without touching it. Now last time I checked, there's only 7 days in a week, so that's bad mojo. I spent an hour or two trying to play catch up a little bit, at least getting some of the weeklies done on a bunch of my teams yesterday. But this is going to be a real poor show on the Mechanica grind this week. So I've got a little bit of Undermine stuff to do, but equally, I've been tinkering with a TSM profile for some flipping. Now, I'm not convinced that it works or that it's a very well curated list yet, but time will tell. I want to give it a spin on some realms, see if there's any deals to be had. I did a couple of extracurricular activities yesterday, actually. The title of the stream is based upon the fact that Manthi Arbitrage Limited is now open for business. This is a guild that I've put together that has every single one of my realm flipper fellas in it. My theory with this is that them all being in one guild means they all have access to one localized storage. Now, of course, the war bank is also another option, but when you're doing this on 4 accounts, it's really flipping annoying trying to shuffle around war bank access. So putting them all in a guild instead was the solution. This should hopefully mean that if we find any deals on some servers that aren't going to get relisted directly on their own server, slam it in the guild bank and somebody else can grab it out. That's the theory. So everybody has joined a guild. Everybody's been given a little bit of starter funds to be able to buy some basic bits and pieces here, there, and everywhere where stuff pops up. So we're going to have to try and run some sniper scans today across a bunch of realms and see if we can hunt down some deals. Get the ball rolling, you know. Something I should have been doing a million years ago. At some point, I have about 20 characters that historically have just been selling pets on a bunch of different realms. I need to go clean their bags out and distribute those pets far and wide. Yeah, I've not quite figured out the logistics of doing all of that yet, because it's going to be a chore. That's one of those things that's on the list to do, but it's not a very attractive thing to be doing. Did you see we have a release day for the new patch? Yeah, 11.17, June 17th? Am I right in saying? June 17th? Which is cool. At least we have a date now. A couple of weeks away. it's a bit weird that it's a patch that doesn't really bring anything. It's gonna feel it's kind of odd, right? This point 0.1 patch has felt weird. It's felt as if it's both gone on forever. I already feel as if 11.1 has been here for months at this point. I am well ready for an 11.2 patch, and we don't even have a PTR for it yet. Never mind, you know, any idea of what's going on. It feels like 11.1 has been here for literally forever. But we've had, in 11.1.5, we got the Nightfall event. We had Visions, and we're about to get this Dastardly Duo bonus mode. But then in 11.1.7, there's like a few like old school quest lines we can go and do, and a one button macro. That seems to basically be it. It's like they've crammed everything in the 11.1.5, smushed it all together, time gated the shit out of it. Half of it was broken, and then the 11.1.7 patch seems to have basically nothing. Overcharged delves and a new belt. I mean, we're already doing, like, you know, most people are at the point where they're like, oh, thank God I don't have to do delves anymore. The overcharged delves just feels like yet another catch-up system. I can't say it's exciting, but it's weird how they seem to have distributed, like they've crammed it all at the beginning of one and then left nothing. I don't know. Blizzard do Blizzard things. This realm hasn't got craft sim on either. What's going on? Craft sim, go. All accounts, go gadget go. It is pretty crazy to think we've already, like, we're in the 6th month of the year already. That has definitely gone fast. I don't know what it is about this year. It's kind of speeding, you know. It's kind of speedy. But if it's going speedy, at least it tends to indicate that there's either been plenty going on or you've been enjoying what has been going on. I do have to say, overall, 11.1 has been significantly more of a success for me than I kind of expected it. Now, I know I've QQ'd pretty hard on the 11.1.5 stuff, both the time gating of Visions and the fact that flipping the Nightfall event was just busted and hella dull. But generally, the new zone, the raid, the Season 2 grind for gear has been slightly more attractive to the solo style player. And the Undermine, from a goal making perspective, has definitely kept me busy. So overall, I think 11.1's been a pretty strong success. I would go as far as to say 11.1 has been significantly better for me than 10.1. I hate this track. Next. I think comparing this to the flipping mole cave. Now, admittedly, we had the Dracothist fiasco in 10.1, which still hurts. Still hurts. The wound is still sore. The wounds. But I think 11.1 has overall been a stronger success for me than 10.1 was. But it is kind of still weird that that's at the same time as saying they basically gave Professions zero love. It's kind of touch and mix emotions there, really. Smush this down. Oh, I need 8 more to get the first craft on a Blasphemite. I guess that'll have to wait. Right, that's my Thaumaturgists done for the day. I need to do my work orders on my main dudes, because otherwise we will never get there. It's a bit of a chore to do this most mornings, but it allows the caffeine to kick in. Oh, caffeine. Hello. I burned that from my memory. Thanks for reminding me. Hey, you're welcome. You are welcome. What is this? It's profitable. We don't have mats for it for some reason. Right, get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you. We'll do those. What mats are we missing? Wrong button. Some gloom chitin. That was it. If there's profit to be had, we will take it, even if it's literally pennies, because there's a chance it comes along with a knowledge point, so that's an easy win. Let's go check junk crafting real fast. They're all mega stinky. Knowledge point, artisan security. Okay, well there's 2 knowledge points there, we'll take those. I'm about thinking as well, you know, I've got quite literally millions of gold worth of materials just decaying in value in my war bank. I'm incredibly tempted to just purge the lot of it. Considering how much crafting I do right now, having it all knocking about purely for the benefit of doing the odd occasional patron order without having to go get mats first, I should probably just sell it all before it is genuinely worth pennies. That said, maybe the best time to do that is like the peak when Season 3 is ramping, because we will get that one last peak, I reckon. Don't sell now, sell in Season 3, sell for the speculators. Yeah, this is probably the wise move. I just wonder if I want to get my war bank back. More prepped for player housing, that's all. Or even utilise it more for this cross-realm stuff as a secondary storage space. I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure. I'm spitballing ideas here. Welcome in, Lady Daisy. Good morning. Good morning, good mornings. 77. How many decided we needed? 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 to fill the tree. Jewel crafting, we're at 52. We need 60 to fill another colour. We'll just let them stack up, that's fine. Let's check blacksmithing, because if we don't keep on top of blacksmithing, it will never happen. While I'm doing all of this, actually, we can have a little quick scout, see if there's any prospecting money to be had today. We should have our prospectors doing something if there's gold to be made. So many ways to make gold. I'm sticking to concentration. I mean, doing something and doing something well is probably the best way to go. It's very easy to it's very easy to get distracted by all the squirrels and like excuse me, go and try a little bit of this, a little bit of that. If you've already got a lot of characters and you've already invested a lot of time and effort, then sticking with it is probably the best play, honestly. Just don't cook yourself. That's always, in my opinion, the risk with concentration crafting. You're never seemingly scaling in what I would consider a true scalable way. With concentration, you have the ability to make more gold, but it comes at the cost of putting in more effort. And so, you know, your effort reserves can only be so big. There's no reason to, for example, if you're running 10 characters concentration and it's already taking you longer than you would probably like to be spending doing it, yes, you have the option to make more gold by adding another 10 characters to that list, but you're also doubling the effort. So that's, in my opinion, that's not scaling. That's just growing the whole size of the operation. Those people out there who are doing like 50, 100 characters a week with concentration just must be absolutely grinding themselves into a pulp, basically, it feels. Which is fine, but is risky all the same. Because your mental capacity will only go so far. And why, once again, is Discord not automatically putting itself in flipping... Why has Discord started doing this? Or more importantly, why has Discord stopped doing this? Why is Discord not automatically putting itself in streamer mode? Where's the flipping button gone for it? Automatically enable or disable if it recognises OBS is running. Why is it not doing that all of a sudden? Why is that happening? Please hold. Where's me button gone? There it is. There it is. Much better. Much better. I'm happy with 13. I wouldn't want to make any more. I genuinely can't even find it in me to bother doing concentration on the very limited characters I already have it fully set up on. Even on my professions that are like basically bleeding edge min-maxed, I still can't be bothered to spend the concentration on them. It's really crazy. Mostly because it just feels way too repetitive. Yeah, the gold is there. The gold is good. The gold is reliable, which is actually probably why it's so attractive to so many. But outside of that, it's way too repetitive for me without any real sense of growing. For example, this is a fully built, min-maxed enchanter, and I still don't even bother going and crafting stuff, even though he's got recipes like the Authority, the Depths. Maybe I should just do it. In fact, it's one of the reasons why I don't, because I don't have the second tool on this dude. No, I've even got a second tool fully built for Ingenuity, and I still just get lazy. And we are going to continue staying lazy, because I've got patron orders to do on other tunes. Concentration gold has fell off in the last few weeks for me. It went from 300k weekly to about 50k. I mean, yeah, if it's crashing that hard, then maybe it's time to keep up with it, but just hold it all back till season 3, maybe. What tune is this, though? Tailoring and inscription. These are usually pretty quick and easy. Cash money on most of those. We'll actually bang all of those out. Huh. 10,000 random Dawnweave in the bags. I'll worry about what's going on with that in a minute. Don't take that Dawnweave. I don't want that Dawnweave. I can stay in the mailbox for a while. Officially recovered from the BFA Bruto. My actual liquid gold reserves are getting scary small, you know. Like, genuinely quite scary small. But I tend to live by the theory that holding on to a bunch of liquid gold doesn't mean anything, really. You might as well be putting it to work doing something. If your account-wide worth, should we say, is growing, then holding on to the liquid gold isn't really that important. Arguably, the only time that holding on to huge amounts of liquid gold is useful is if you sense that there is a huge deflation happening, to where assets are dropping in value rapidly whilst the value of the gold is increasing. But that hasn't happened literally ever. So nearly always the long tail success route is just holding on to items. Items tend to historically rise in price. 1 flicker, 2 flickers, artisan security, a bit of knowledge, and a bit of artisan security. They're all a bit stinky, but we'll do those. Manthi more like laziest. I am self-proclaimed very lazy when it comes to goal making. I get aggressively bored of anything that gets too repetitive, almost regardless of how profitable it is. I still, to this day, do not understand how I blasted through all of Shadowlands. I don't even understand how, I don't know. Shadowlands being just cancel scan Fiesta for literally months on end. I have no idea how I did it. I think the only reason why I stuck with it was because I continuously was building on new servers. I started on one realm, min-maxed the shit out of one realm. Then we went to another realm and did it again. Then we went to another realm and we did it again. I think that's the only way I actually survived Shadowlands. So there was kind of this constant sense of journey. And also back then, like leveling, we didn't have Warbank. We didn't have all of this cross-realm stuff anywhere near as much. Not to say there weren't people out there server transferring, stealing mats from realms left, right, and centre, but it wasn't quite the same as it is today. But I'm pretty sure if Shadowlands was to repeat history again, I'd just get cooked on the cancel scan grind. Wouldn't be doing that. Migrating characters loaded with Legos. Yeah, well, and that. Not just hardcore yoinking mats from wherever they were cheapest, but entire characters being loaded up and shipped off to lower pop servers where they would then be, the entire market would just be undercut entirely by single characters because of the disparity in map prices. What a shit show that whole expansion was, but my god, was it profitable. had to pay the transfers because leatherworking cost me 20 million to almost max it. Yeah, yeah. Season 1 of Shadowlands. I mean, I remember this very clearly because I was doing the maths. Somewhere in the region of about 30 million gold it cost at one point to get leatherworking from 0 to hero, because heavy callous hide was just dumb level expensive. Between 1,500 to 2,000 gold a piece per heavy callous hide. My lord, did the skinners make some gold that expansion. Made out like bandits. General rule in economics is that if you keep the money liquid, it means you're not investing it to grow it. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's weird how World of Warcraft works the same way. But people don't quite realise just how balanced and how rich the economy in WoW is. For a game to have had the same fundamental economy for 20 years and it to not have just imploded on itself is basically unrivaled. Outside of maybe games like Eve. But Eve's economy is very different. I've always strategically chose never to play Eve because I've lost real friends to Eve before. Wow. I'm not losing gold for one knowledge point. Engineering's just so frustrating. Not only do you need the flipping scrap to make the things in the first place, then the patron orders cost you 500 gold a pop. Alchemy's looking better. Right, I know I promised this wouldn't take too long, and it's already taking longer than I wanted it to. So you'll have to bear with me on that one. I logged all these jewel crafters on flipping ages ago to check the prices and then just never did. They could have been churning through an entire 10k of ore or something in this time. I've completely missed the opportunity again because I'm going to need them to do more constructive things in a minute. Oh well, we'll check the prices for the benefit of everybody else. Do you think the Void Crystal Panther work orders will go for 100k minimum post reset before most? No. You're dreaming if you think they're going to go for that much. Don't forget, the queue of people waiting to get their Panther crafted is just as long as the queue of Jewel Crafters waiting to craft them. Supply of Jewel Crafters will easily meet demand for people getting it. There's no way people are going to be paying out the ass for a Jewel Crafter. And at the end of the day, if people can't get it crafted on day 1, they'll get it crafted on day 2 for free. Like, yeah, you'll see screenshots. Don't get me wrong, you'll see screenshots of some random people paying just absolutely ludicrous prices, but the general won't be even. No. You'll be lucky if you make pennies. You'll be lucky if you make pennies, honestly. Right, there we go. There's these dudes. Whoops. There's these dudes done for today. Let's do a little shopping scan on prospecting. and take a little look if there's any cash monies to be had. Prospecting. Where's prospecting gone? Prospecting. There we go. No, not prospecting. Oh, no, hang on. That's my Dragonflight sheet. That's not the one we're looking for. Where's my War Within one? Prospecting. Prospecting calculator. Right, let's input these numbers in here and see if there's any cash monies to be had. Actually, I'm going to need to have that just off screen for a minute. Export results, copy that, slam that in there, split it across. Now to check for baits, and just because they seem to all be baited, because of course they are. Keyright Q1 is actually 7 gold. Is actually 7 gold and 39. Keyright Q2 is 7 gold 93. If we want to buy it in any quantity. And a Keyright Q3 is 9 gold 18. If we want to buy it in any quantity. And even then, 3% margin on a Keyright Q3. It's not that attractive, is it really? Profitable up to 9 gold 53, so that is literally all you could possibly buy. Not very lucrative at all. Ironclaw 724. Ironclaw Q2 8 gold 1. And Q3 9 gold 13. Yeah, basically no. Basically no, not at today's prices. Your only hope and prayer is that if you do some prospecting today, with it being reset tomorrow, that somebody comes in and cranks the price of gems up to like 45, 50 gold a piece. But I'd actually go as far as to say most of the gems are actually up in value, weirdly. The current price of these is above market rates right now. Weirdly, ore is starting to rise in price, not continuing to dip. Maybe we have hit the bottom. Maybe we have hit the trough of prices and are starting to now see things slowly creep, maybe. At least if ore has anything to do. I've not checked the price of bismuth. People aren't even bothering to bait the prices of bismuth. That's an indication that, you know, people are baiting on the price of the Ironclaw and the Akirite. Clearly, because if they get people to snap at these prices, they prospect it, sell out the gems, and if you are paying anywhere near 3 gold, which is literally 50% what the market rate is, you're of course, then you are making gold, but of course you're being an absolute dick about doing it, and you can't do it at en masse or at scale without cheating, so you're a scumbag, TLDR. So yeah, okay, no prospecting for today. What's also interesting for me is that we're going to lose the 5% resourcefulness buff soon, which is going to take our resourcefulness back down to 21% as prospectors, which will in turn mean that something has to change. Either the price of ore has to rise, or the price of gems has to rise. Something has to change. Or alternatively, you prospect all of your ore now and you sit on all of the materials until we lose the 5% buff, and then you wait for everything to rise in price and then you sell it all. people are prospecting now, hiding the gems. Yeah, maybe. The supply into the market, though, still seems relatively strong. But when you look at the amount of actual ore, it still to this day absolutely baffles me, by the way. Baffles me just how little supply of ore there is on the market. Because when you remember, this is the entire region's supply. Akirite, there is 280,000 Akirite. Full stop across the entire EU. 280,000. Back in Shadowlands, when every economy was its own unique economy, you'd have double that number on just one server. Genuinely, you'd have 500,000 of a single material on a single server. Which meant the region total number of materials was in the almost tens of millions for some materials. Whereas now we're seeing materials for the entire region be like 300,000. It's really odd. It's really, really odd to see just how little materials there actually is these days. It's not worth to mine it, Akirite and Ironclaw for months now. When I was mining and herbing, only looted Lure Drop, Arathis Spears and Bismuth. Yeah, I wonder if it's got more to do with thaumaturgy, that the actual supply of these materials into the market is not necessarily due to people going out and picking up the actual item itself naturally. Now, of course, Ironclaw Quality 3 has to be farmed naturally, because the thaumaturgy can't create it, certainly not in any great quantity. But Quality 1 and Quality 2 supply must be very heavily dictated by thaumaturgy, I reckon. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what goes. But at least we know that today we are not doing thaumaturgy. Sorry, we're not doing prospecting. So we can log these dudes out and I can get some of my rares in the undermine done. And simultaneously, we can do a little... we can do some scans, see if there's any deals to be had. Can't you use thaumaturgy to make rank 2s and then refine it? I mean, yeah, there's always the option of refining rank 2 up to rank 3. But it's usually, or I would suspect, the price between Quality 2 and Quality 3 is usually not favourable to refine it, because otherwise why wouldn't people be doing it? Right, I'm going to hope now that I can load these dudes up, get them running a quick sniper scan, is the theory at least. Get them running a cheeky sniper scan, then we can go kill some rares, and then we can see what's popping up on any of the sniper lists. I need to haul ass to the undermine full stop. To make sure we leave room so we can see what rares are spawning. Right, any rares anywhere? Tally. Good start. Great start. Not actually there. Is it because you're over there somewhere? Oh, if you were, you're already dead. Now I'm hoping realm hopping and grouping in and out doesn't foobar the scans. Given that you have so many characters running on this, is it fair to assume you are MT? No, it's not fair to assume. Not at all. Get some interesting comments over on Team YouTube, I tell you. And more than anything else, even if I was to RMT, do you think I'd be stupid enough to admit it live? Do you think with an account that's multiple accounts that are nearly 20 years old, I would risk it by selling some of the pitiful amounts of gold that I own? Nah, you gotta be mad. Oh, we got a Mechanica on the main dude. We take that. Swigs and Thwack we could do with if they're up anywhere. Any Swigs, any Thwack. There's a lot showing on this sniper list. Holy. Swigs on home realm. Invite everybody in. I get that a lot in Final Fantasy 14. You have so many houses, then surely you are empty. I was very intrigued by the housing situation in Final Fantasy for the very small period of time I played it. I definitely didn't play it anywhere near as much as I should have done. And always kind of thought that I'd go back and give it another go. But, you know, MMOs are time sinks at the best of, at the best of times. Right, Nitro, Swigs, Tally, we could do with killing Thwack, but as he doesn't appear to be up, let's double check, see what deals we might have to go on these. 100 and some in gold for those, sure. Oh, we need to empty mailboxes. Three Mechanica on this dude. Go on. We take that. That's a win. Let's get rid of all of this vendor trash first, though, mind. And then let's get these things relisted. I should probably trade these Mechanicas over, to be fair. Give you to you. And you're done. You can log off. Right, what have we got going on here? Visage liquefaction goggles requires Northrend engineering. These are clearly crafted, aren't they? Clearly crafted, but somebody's posting them relatively cheap, so we'll have a set of them. Night vision mech shades of the Aurora. 4K is a bit pricey, but is there multiple of them? Oh, there's loads of them. There's loads of them, and these also feel like they're probably crafted. I have a suspicion that they're bait, but we'll have a go on one set, all the same. Void Scarred Tall Strider Chick. Now, these have got ludicrous sale rate right now, but I think these are tanking in price incredibly quickly. Based upon the fact that everybody's getting them again. But the fact that everybody's getting them again, we might have a couple of them. If we buy out all the three that are on this realm, we can relist one of them at a nice cheeky price. Kazgarite Fisher Friend. Why the hell is that recipe so expensive these days? Yeah, I don't really feel as if I want to play. I'm not going to take the bait on that one. Pun intended. Small wooden hammer you can jog on. I'm not spending that kind of money on flips just yet. Girdle of Demonic Wrath. There's 3 of these at a cheap price on this realm. Regional sale average of 2k a piece. It's some basic cheap stuff to get going, isn't it? Some basic cheap bits and bobs. Noble Garden Bunnies, cheap on this realm at the moment. Feels like it could be the only one on the realm, so we'll just flip it straight away. Random ass boots that I have no idea if they look any good, but for some reason they're in my list as they seem to have a wild market average value and a reasonable both sale rate and sale average for some reason. I don't know where Sleet Guard war boots come from and why all of a sudden they're popping up on lists. And because there's multiple of them, I'm going to assume it's a bait and we're going to ignore it. Archetype pet. These are Zereth Mortis pets, aren't they? These have always done pretty well. Do I want to spend 10k on one of those? Probably not right now. Random flayed demon skin belt. No. Belt mogs don't go anywhere particularly fast. Snow cub. Surprisingly high sale rate for a pet. But there's also way too many of them. I need to pay attention to it. This Sleet Guard set. What's this Sleet Guard? Why is this Sleet Guard set important? I guess these are questions we'll find out in the future. Staff of Dormant Oracle. Is there multiple of these? I tend to feel that cosmetics are a safe bet. Snarly. Nah. Nah, none of this is cheap enough. Alright. We're not going to have room for all of this. What do you focus on sniping? Not necessarily wanting to know specific items, but if you prefer not everybody to do the same, but like pets, mogs, recipes. At the moment, pretty broad. As of so far, I just want a small selection of stuff. Because if I can get some stuff rocking and rolling, we kind of got to get the ball rolling somehow. We can try and specialize a little bit more in the future. But for now, I'm being relatively general. You also have a Mechanica to share. And I'm also trying to get a little bit of a feel for if there ends up being like the higher pop realms ends up being where, because this was Silvermoon, for example, so it's of no surprise to me that there was lots to go through, lots to choose from, but a lot of the stuff that we buy off the bigger realms will slowly get filtered down to the smaller realms. And the smaller realms, you won't necessarily be buying much off them. You'll only be snagging some like uber deals. 2 of these, for example, we'll buy both of those because then we get a reset on the price. Same with this Pandarian Earth Spirit pet. Regional sale average of 5k. We buy it for less than half of that. We're the only one. We'll probably just put it straight back on the auction house for a more realistic sell price. Where's the Mechanica vendor? There's 2. There's one for the mounts and there's one for the pets. You can't even see on half my map. To the northwest of the hotel. On the northwest of the hotel is the pet vendor. And down in the heaps, you have the I think it's at the petrol station. You have the mount vendor. As far as I recall, they are from the Island Expedition bags. Oh, okay, that would make sense to why they're popping up as valuable. It would make sense. Actually, we didn't trade over the Mechanica. It's nice to see that we got one. I wasn't really expecting Mechanica on any of these dudes, to be brutally honest, since I've been very hardcore slack on the farm this week. So anything's a win. What we got over here? Riveted Warhelm. Something cheap and cheerful. Is it the only one on the realm? It's the only one on the realm. Sleek Guard War Boots again. Ruby Bauble Worm. These are sort of semi-crafted, but sure, we'll just flip it straight round. Is that the only one on the server? Sure, take a punt. Whoa, Mechanica on this dude as well. Yo, if I can accidentally get a Mechanica on every toon this week when I've done hardly any of the farm, I will be happy as pig in doo-doo, you know. Happy as pig in doo-doo.
What you looking for? Good to meet ya.
Why didn't the Bauble Worm go back on? Because there was clearly more of them on this realm. Yeah, there was a bunch of them over here. Somebody's clearly cleaned out their supply of crafts for those, which is fine. Let's trade that Mechanica over. And whilst this has been a slow process, that is that team done for the day. We can log the next team on. Never properly tried much active sniping. Occasionally got me some nice deals. The time the Undermine and the API didn't update for a while. Why did this dude not log out? I told him to log out. Yeah, it's TSM snipers. I don't know how recently this happened, but it used to be really bad. It used to just be really bad. But they've changed the way that the sniper function works now, so it's a little bit more reliable. But point blank sniper, I think, is still the preferred, I think, for a lot of people. I'm just currently more comfortable with TSM, so I'm going to get the ball rolling with TSM, and then we'll see where we go from there. Right, let's do the same again. Let's get a sniper scan on the run with these dudes whilst we kill some rares. Right, any rares to kill? Swigs, apparently. We take a Swigs kill. It's a solid start. It's actually going to look slightly... The Mechanica numbers are going to look slightly inflated because I had like 20 plus of them in my bag still from last week that I hadn't spent. So maybe don't... This isn't this week's total. This is just how many of them I currently have that are unspent. Nitro. Let's grab a Nitro kill if he's actually there. Stanley's still on vacation. Missed the guy selling out primes. Yeah, I've not looked to see if the software that runs him has been updated recently. That might fix one of the issues I had with him, which was that he was causing horrendous input lag while I was playing the game. Now, we're just doing auction housey kind of stuff. That doesn't matter too much, but I don't know exactly what was causing it, so it'll have to... Stanley's on permanent hiatus until I can get some confirmation from the dev that it's fixed. Unfortunately. Thwack is up over here. We can also possibly get Tally if we're lucky. And then that's all 4 of the hotel rares. Our sniper scans don't appear to have picked up too much on this set of shards. Not too many deals to be had by the looks of things. Alright, that's the hotel rares done. Nothing on you. Get into the habit of doing a post regardless. So you're done. You have anything good here? Frost Saber Tunic for like 3. 2 of them. Night Vision, Mech Shades, something or other. 5k, regional sale average 10k. There's a few of them at that price. It means it's going to be difficult to flip them back round on this exact realm. And they're also crafted, which is sketchy to begin with. And a steamy romance novel. I have no idea what this is. Oh, it's a toy. We'd have to buy 4 of them. This is where we also need to probably have our eyes open on something like the Undermine Exchange to quickly search for things that I don't know enough about. Because I'm new to this gaff. Steamy romance novel. What are you when you're... What are you? Pretty readily available for under 5k. Not really something I'm hyper interested in if that's the case then. Not something I'm too bothered in. Any Mechanicas? No. Right, log you out. What have you got for me? Arch type of survival. Sub 10k. What's the damage on these things? There's only 160 across the EU. Pretty frequently available on high pop realms for sub 10k. And they are pretty well established. Okay, I'm going to assume it's because, well, for starters, there's lots of realms that don't even have it listed, which means we can spin it onto a realm and list it where it's not necessarily already available. The question is do I want to buy a few and distribute them about? Is 10k there or thereabouts a fair, cheap price? You ain't getting them much less than 10k, but there's loads of them available. Means we don't have to worry about buying them anywhere particularly. How many is there on this realm? Oh, there's 4. We'll have those 2. Was there anything else on the sniper list? Don't think there was. Question: your Twitch has no ads at all, like K-Chak's? Oh, K-Chak has ads on his stream. You don't have the choice to not have ads on your stream. That's not up to the streamer anymore. Everybody has ads. It's also up to you just how many ads. But no, there's ads on every stream. The only way you can view... There's only 2 ways to view streams on Twitch without ads. That's to either have Twitch Turbo or a sub to the specific channel. Okay, none of those are actually posting here. These are then things that are going to have to... We're going to have to figure out a way to put all of these items in a guild bank and then take them out of a guild bank somewhere else and all of that sort of stuff. But I'll worry about that when I've got a little bit more stock in hand. Never seen ads on your Twitch. It's also very geolocational. Depending on where you live, you may or may not see ads. Just depends on how good or bad Twitch are at any given point selling the ad space. And I'm not necessarily you'll tend to find that you'll see less... You tend to see less ads on smaller streamers, and you tend to see more ads on bigger streamers, because the way Twitch will distribute their ads, you know, for example, Coca-Cola turns around and says, I will spend $1 million on ads. Twitch is going to put those ads on the biggest streamers first, and if there's any spare left, it trickles down to the smaller streamers. But Twitch are historically pretty bad at selling ad space full stop. A Crimson Mechasaur for 550,000 gold. I'm not in the market to be flipping them just yet. As fun as that would be. Yeah, Twitch's ad fill rates are pretty piss poor if you're a smaller streamer. This is why the ad revenue is absolutely nothing to scream home about, almost regardless of size on Twitch. And hence why a lot of streamers try and display as few ads as possible. I don't know what mine are set to. I think they might be 3 minutes per hour. I think whatever the allowance is that cuts off pre-rolls is where I've got mine set. I can't remember.
You got the good stuff, man. You be careful, man.
Right, that's that team done. Let's get the next fellas in. I'm not going to lie, this is definitely slowing down the rate in which we can do each of these teams. Down with the ad mafia. Thank you very much for the sub, my man. I appreciate it. My alerts are still not going off. I don't know why my alerts are still not going off. The chances are, if I go and start tinkering with stuff in my OBS now, alerts are both set to monitor and output, so I don't know why they're not. If I start tinkering with stuff here, it's almost definitely going to break something. Southeastern Europe is not a high ad market, not like a tier 1 market such as the UK or US. Yeah, UK, US, Germany, you know, sort of places along those lines are usually flooded with ads, unfortunately. Right, any rares to kill? Wow, literally no rares spawning on these. Are we all on? We're on 3, 4 different shards. Why is there no rares? Maybe if there's no rares and we're waiting on our scan, that's a good opportunity for a quick pee break. I've just realised now that I've drank about 6 litres of coffee, I'm going to be going to the bathroom every 20 minutes. Right, back in 2. Alrighty, where did we get to? Any rares spawned? A tally. We've got to get at least a couple of kills in. Go get little few kills on the go, otherwise, okay, no tally. Reverse. Undo. Got to keep those It literally says tally there. Why does the game lie to me? Did it not phase me? Maybe it didn't phase me. Oh. Well, tally was there. Now tally's dead. Third time lucky? Oh, hello. Thwack, Nitro, and Swigs. Happened on that realm. Loathe ads. There's one streaming service who dared introducing ads every 20 minutes while I pay to watch. Guess which service I ended? Netflix, by chance. Yeah, that's a clear and obvious example of like outrageous levels of corporate greed. But then when you think about things, you are subtly being advertised to in so many other places that you also pay for. Because, you know, when you think about it, like, even if you go to like a live sporting event, for example, you have to buy your ticket to watch the thing, right? And this has been commonplace literally forever. You buy your ticket to the football game, and then every single one of the players has got sponsorships on their shirts. There's literally banners around the entire pitch advertising to you. You know, you're when you actually start paying attention to how frequently you're being advertised to, almost without your knowledge, and what's worse, when you're also paying for the privilege of even being somewhere or doing something in the first place, it's not really that much of a surprise. These services like Netflix are like, right, well, you have to pay to use our service, full stop, and we're going to show you ads because everybody else is doing it. But yeah, you're right. It does mighty annoy people. And I totally get it. Right. Thwack, Swigs. Right, there's the four dudes dead. There's the 4 hotel rares dead. Let's nothing going on this realm. Sniper says no on this realm. If Sniper says no, Sniper says no. Right, you log off. What we got going on here? Steam Weedle Flunky. It's actually not a bad price for one of those, to be fair. That's actually a really good price for one of those. Although I'm not in the market to start flipping these right now, considering I'm farming them myself. Mechasaur, Mechanofa. Where are we? Oh, Dentag. Oh, so this is Taran Mill. This is a big server. No wonder there's some cheap stuff here. I already have wormhole generators. I must have bought those. Viscous Globule as a pet. Maybe we'll have a couple of them. Less than 50% of regional sale average. Hissing Death Roach. I remember from way back in the day that I would buy astronomical amounts of pets from Taran Mill. They were often very cheap on the pet front. The question is how much do I want to continue that trend? A lovely duckling. A lovely duckling. I equally don't want to stack up every single character with a boatload of pets again. But there's no denying flipping pets is easy business. I'm going to avoid the ducklings for now. Any Mechanicas? No. Log you out. You sold TVs. Maybe you saw that Philips pushes their own ads over the software in their products. Yeah, there's loads of companies doing that these days. Gusting Grimoire. Regional sale average of 226,000 gold. The sale rate in the sale region sold is terrible though. That's probably one sale in the last 6 months. We'll ignore that. Another Fisher Friend recipe. What's the crack with these? Curiosity is... Kazgarite Fisher Friend. There's only 95 of them across the EU these days. Oh my god! Look at the ballooning in value on those. Holy! Holy! Ever since Dragonflight stopped, the ballooning in price of these is monstrous, and it's not like there's a heavy demand for these because the total quantity of them hasn't really changed in the best part of a year. Oh my, that's quite funny. You could go and grab one from a Russian realm for as low as 25k a piece. Argent Dawn has got them listed at 50k a piece. Yeah, we're not touching those. We ain't touching those. Good try, game. Good try. This is where market knowledge is going to prevent me from buying stupid things. Hopefully. Hopefully. Does the Dark Moon Fair Profession quests reset on Tuesday as well? No. They are a once per event thing. They have a separate sort of cooldown. They do the same on their monitors. I've got 2 here on my desk, logos in plain sight. Yeah, it's not uncommon for people to slap their logos on stuff, which is equally a form of free advertising. But when you've already bought the thing, it's kind of like some people actually like the fact that the logos are on show. Weirdly, if people were so against companies putting logos on their products, market research would have slowly but surely told them to stop doing it. But the fact that they do still do it shows that not enough people care. Thwack. Where did we say? Swigs, Nitro, and Tally on this realm. Status symbol when you have a guest over. Yeah, I mean, this is half the reason why people buy a lot of the stuff they do. I mean, there were multi-billion-dollar industries that are completely predicated on the fact that people buy it so that it makes an opinion, so that it looks a certain way. The entire fashion industry is pretty much that in a nutshell. And it's weird that it comes to a point where, for many people, it's not about buying the brand because they want the brand. It's the fact that they don't want the non-brand because the non-brand might make them look cheap. Companies like Nike and Adidas, for example, absolutely thrive in a market because you could just go and buy like basically no name brand equivalents. But wait, hang on, something's gone horribly wrong here. These guys haven't got the right TSM profile. These guys have got the wrong profile. I thought there was significantly too much going on those scans. Try again. I must not have switched the profile over on these guys yet. Reverse. Oh, there's a good chance I'm going to need to do this on all of the tunes before I start a scan. Right, let's try that again, shall we? The only thing I cannot make yet are shoes. I think if you can be self-sufficient in that sort of stuff, it's cool. It's really weird, right? It fascinates me. It fascinates me that when you get to a certain level of wealth, IRL, I'm talking about here, there's actually the concept of that you don't buy the big fancy name brand stuff. That there is the concept of you are not trying to outwardly look wealthy. That doesn't mean you're spending any less on your clothes, but you're far more likely to have them like custom tailored and made for you rather than going in and buying something off the peg, which is I find fascinating a concept. If you ever get to the stage in life where you have so much money that you don't outwardly care how if other people know you have money or not, that's when you know you've made it. If you can remove all materialistic instincts, that's when you can quite safely say you have absolutely fuck you level money. Why did I close this? Why did that disappear? Nitro. The truly rich don't flaunt it. Yeah, they don't need to. When you have so much money that you stop caring entirely what other people... Like, there's two... Either you naturally just don't care what people think, or you end up with so much money that you stop caring what other people think. That's when you know you are absolutely breaded. Nitro, Swigs, Tally, Thwack. Okay, we've killed everybody. Let's start checking for deals. Start checking these auction houses for deals. Checking mailboxes for Mechanicas. Dark Moon deck, Dance. These things have a regional sale average of 8,000 gold, apparently. Well, I can't imagine that they do. I can't imagine they do. But it's actually weird that I imagine that there's nobody really out there making Dark Moon decks from the past expansion yet. So weirdly, there might actually be some odd value in those. As strange as it sounds. I'm going to buy them just to see. We are not buying a Mecha Nova though. Okay, we're clearly emptying a mailbox for the first time this week. Let's get rid of some of this trash. No Mechanicas on that dude. Met a guy in Asia who was worth millions, dressed in just singlet and shorts. Yeah, it's pretty crazy the kind of. I almost think that the uber rich somewhat try to blend in as much as possible, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. Right, that dude is done. Let's log you out. What we got over here then? Sleek Guard Great Belt. We were talking about those earlier. We're probably going to ignore them because they're belts, unless they have a really appealing look. Dark Moon Dances are popping up again. We're clearly going to see a whole bunch of the same sort of things here. Hydralings. These are cheap and cheerful pets just to flip. See if we can grab a couple of those. Reset the market price on that. We are not interested in the Fisher Friends. I'm intrigued to see what these things look like. Oh, they got like... Oh, it is a belt that is maybe possibly slightly interesting to some people. Possibly, maybe. But I'm not that willing to take a punt on those, if I'm honest. Nah. Three Mechanica. What is going on? I thought I have basically not done the Mechanica farm at all this week, and out of nowhere I seem to be getting 2s and 3s on some of these dudes. I think we are, or at least I would assume we are just on the good side of RNG right now. I don't imagine this trend is going to continue. But if it is a trend that's going to continue, I'm happy to see it. That does mean we actually need to group up, share the Mechanicas over, because they're not doing anything living on that dude. And he's now done, he can log off. Right, what have we got going on here? Night Vision Mech Shades. Regional sale average of 11k. Currently listing for 2k over here. I'm really concerned that these are crafted and I'm getting skamazed on these. But we'll find out. Flunkies are far too expensive for me to be dipping into right now. Iron Riveted War Helms. Regional sale average of only 1,000 gold and there's billions of the damn things. Probably pass. Mechanovas or Gusting. What does this look like? Oh, it's a cool appearance though. This is where I could really do with having, can I mog it? But I don't. Iron Riveted Warhelm. Tell me more. Tell me more. Only 121 of them across the EU. Tell me more. With there being so many realms where that doesn't exist. There being so many realms where that doesn't exist. Does it share an appearance with like 50 other things? Same model as. There are some others. Bind on pickup. Bind on pickup. It's the only bind on equip way. Although this also says bind on pickup. So what the crap's going on there? Where does it drop from? Flame Leviathan and Alduir. 20% drop. Quite easy to farm for. Why has one guy got like 5 of them? I might live to regret this, but they seem relatively cheap for some reason. I don't know why. We will find out these things in the future when they inevitably do or don't sell. As I frequently say, we're learning on the job here a little bit. No. Let's get rid of the trash first. No mechanical on this dude, though. No. Click the auctioneer. There he is. Why is the normal price on those so low? Whatever. The rest of them will go in the guild bank and get distributed out at some point. No Mechanicas. So you're done. What about you? Chestnut. Who are you when you're at home? Pet usually sells for a few K a piece. I've already got 2 of them. Is that a current expansion pet? I don't recognise the name. That must be a War Within pet. Draconic Vile Cauldron usually sells for about 8K a piece. Doesn't sell very frequently. But it's potentially the only one on this server. There's 2 of them. Some clear shenanigans going on there, but alright, sure, we'll play that game.
Don't be shy.
I'm hoping that my thinking out loud is at least somewhat useful. If not for any other way, but just to sort of showcase when I'm looking at items to flip what my thought process is, even if it may not necessarily be totally logical. I'm not doing this with huge amounts of experience yet. We're just kind of winging it a little bit, to be fair, but like above max price, posting at max price. I need these accounts to actually also show me some slightly more sophisticated TSM tooltips. I want my tooltips to show me. I want market value where possible with the trend. DB recent. Region, market and trend. I also want my minimum, normal and max pricing where possible. Does that make my tooltips look more to my liking? yeah, better. Shows me what my auctioning prices are so I can adjust them if I think they're broken. Alright. Any Mechanicas? No. Log out. Why didn't this dude log out? Is it because when I left the group he phased? If you phase whilst you're logging out, does it cancel the logout maybe? I don't know. Something's gone weird and wacky here. How are we doing, Bolton? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. We're slowly but surely progressing into the world of like flipping on 100 realms, which is probably an adventure too far, but there's no point sitting on this big pile of gold. We might as well be spending it and putting it to use. That's my theory. Right, what we are going to have to do is make sure that we've got the right profile, because we had that problem last time. We had the wrong profile up and running. I actually don't know how I'd do this though if I wasn't able to trying to do this on a 1080p monitor. I think would actually be impossible, as I just think each window would be too small. I can just about manage to use these windows without maximizing them. Now I know for the purpose of the stream they're still going to be a bit small and they're probably a bit fuzzy. Swigs, we take a Swigs kill. The main screen should at least still be reasonable, I hope. Right, Swigs down. Anybody else? Whack. I'm kind of liking the fact that I can run off and kill the rares whilst the sniper scan is doing its thing. And then hopefully by the time we've killed the 4 rares, the sniper scan has found a few goodies for us to potentially look at picking up. And then after we've done this whole process for a few days, a few weeks, we should then have a bunch of stuff to quickly be relisting on each of these realms as well. The whole process isn't really going to snowball until we've been doing it a while. But it seems like quite a convenient thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone right now. No more rares appear to be up. As soon as we stop having rares to kill, we can start thinking about checking these realms for auctions. Oh, Swigs here. Do we not need Swigs? No, we've already killed Swigs. Like buses. Isn't Realm flipping the process of buying all available units of a specifically scarce item, calculating the average cost per item, and then selling them evenly across all realms at a 20 to 50% profit margin? I mean, that's certainly one way to do it, and is certainly the way that is a way to sort of monopolize a single item. Technically, what I'm doing at the moment is not cross-realm in any way, shape, or form, because I'm just buying and then initially relisting on that same realm. But these dudes are all set up in a guild, so they do all have the flexibility that they can throw spare stuff or stuff that's not going to be resold on that realm into the guild, and then I can use some. I can pull those items back out on other realms and try and list them there. So it will filter through a little bit. But yes, one concept is just buying everything that is available in the entire region and just quadrupling the price. But the opportunities to do that are very few and far between. These are clearly a bait, but rebuilt Gorilla Bot. Do we want to pay 10k for something that has a sale average of 16? Sure. Dream ASMR crochet addressed here. Make a ton of YouTube vids with the patterns and sewing. Love watching that sort of stuff. There's definitely a niche for all sorts of stuff on the internet these days. You know, it could very easily be just like a relatively simple, chill, top-down kind of camera on what it is you're crocheting. That sort of stuff is wildly popular. Gnomish Universal Remote. That's very cheap. We need some of this randomly cheap rubbish. Jade Crane Chick. These pets are far too cheap for my liking. Like the regional sale average is only 1,000 gold. I don't really care that much about this sort of stuff, but you got to start somewhere. Pump action bandage gun. Why the hell is that in a group? Heals an ally by 1,200 for up to 40 yards away. There's no way those things sell. That's clearly scammazed. I'm going to ignore that just out of principle. And there's too many of those on one realm for me to care about. Can I buy some stock of stocks of the Arbitrage Limited? No, we have not publicly listed yet, but I will put you on the reservation list. Welcome in, Mr. Norton, by the way. Hope you're well. Right, no mechanicas to trade. This dude is done. What we got over here? Soul Rattle Rib Cage. People love epics. People love epics. Archetype of Survival again. I think we've already bought a few of these already today. We were very aware that those were very readily available about the 10k price, so we're gonna leave that alone. We've already done the scouting on that one. No! Click the auctioneer. There we go. No Mechanicas. Log him out. Imperial Titan Crown of the Harmonious. Oh, it's that thing. Sure. Oh, a Mechanica. That's what we like to see.
Hey, man. You be careful, man.
One Mechanica for you. And he's done. Log him off. Up to 46 Mechanicas. Holy. Considering the fact that I didn't really think I'd done a huge amount of Mechanica farming this week, I must have done more than I more than I actually realised. Sponsor me with a crochet or knitted scarf. I mean, come the winter time, definitely needed. No denying. No, wrong mount.
Welcome to the best place ever.
One with having these dudes standing at the flight path is I far too frequently click the flipping flight master. Gets right in the way. Right, Nitro. Let's go kill Nitro. Oh my god, I sense a sneeze coming on. Look at something bright. Oh, flash me. Does anybody else have that? That if you look at if you feel a sneeze coming, just look at the sun temporarily and it'll force you to sneeze. Luckily, I've got two massive spotlights here, so I've got two mini suns in front of me. It's a genetic thing, but apparently some people don't have it. Really? I always thought it was a weird phenomenon. Will you get the Dark Moon Fair 10% buff for your alts after reset? Probably not. A, it's too much like hard work, but B, I'm probably going to zug them to 80 with time walking anyway. Considering half of them are like 73, 74, 75, it shouldn't take too long for each team. So, yeah, there might be quite some leveling on the horizon this week. Tongue on the roof of your mouth will also stop a sneeze. Oh, is that a thing? Oh, I'm going to have to try that one next time. I'm going to go sniff some pepper or something and find out. Photosensitive sneezing, also known as the photic sneeze reflex or achoo syndrome, is a condition where a person sneezes uncontrollably in response to bright light exposure. I mean, I guess there's a way to have like a mild form of it then. That if you feel a sneeze coming, I can make sure that sneeze, because there's nothing worse than a lingering sneeze, right? That thing where you're like, and it never comes. That's like the worst. That's the worst feeling in the world. So if you, I figured out years ago, if I look at something bright, it forces the sneeze to appear. My wife, on the other hand, she sneezes once, and then for the next 20 minutes, she will be continuously chain sneezing. I don't know if that's something different, but where's my medical crew? We're not having a great success rate with these rares, are we? Every time we spot one, they're already dead. Garbage is up randomly somewhere on this realm. Not too interested in garbage. My wife and her late father never sneezed less than 8 times. Yeah, my wife's the same. Mrs. Manthi will sneeze once, and I know to leave the room. Like, I'll go put some headphones on or something, because it's going to be going for a while. And yeah, that's also clearly a genetic thing, because her dad is also exactly the same. He'll sneeze once, and then it's 20 more times in the next 10 minutes. I like to get all my medical advice from Twitch chat. Yeah, it's probably not the safest path for a long, healthy life, but, you know, it's a start. It's probably as reliable as ChatGPT, so... I'm allergic to the cleaning products that they use in supermarkets. It was a nightmare when doing the weekly shop during COVID. Everybody steered well clear of me. Oh, yeah, I bet. Yeah, I bet if you go food shopping and you're sneezing all over the place. I bet you were everybody's best friend during COVID. Holy. That's one of those awkward social situations. You know, I'd go to the store at 3 o'clock in the morning or something, you know. We've killed Nitro, we've killed Swigs. We need Thwack and we need Tally. The fact that neither of them seem to turn up means I'm probably going to start paying attention to auctions instead. And we'll forget about the rares on this team if they're not going to turn up. Owl Bracers, whatever they are when they're at home. Is this a bigger server? There seems to be some... Oh, this is Kazakh. Okay, yeah, of course there's stuff on the list. Owl Bracers. Bracers tend to be a bit of a bait when it comes to flipping and Mog, so we'll ignore those. Dread Leather Shoulders. 6k selling for 3k. Is there like 25 million of them? There is. These are once again things that will probably get distributed across other realms, but I'm not sure I want to get too deep into that. A Hanzo sword. One dude has got 3 of them for sale. I wonder what the opportunity is of just resetting the price on those. On Kazakh, that's risky business, mind, but razor fin gauntlets. Way too many of those for me to pay attention to. But that said, we can throw them elsewhere and get some money back on them potentially. Kazakh is going to be one of those big realms where it'll be a spender realm. We'll buy some goodies on these realms, I'd imagine, to throw other places. I'll buy a couple of them, but I'm not going to buy all of them because I'm not made of gold. And none of this really seems to be quite cheap enough for me to care that much about. Right, let's empty that mailbox. Any Mechanicas? I can spot one. One is better than none. Don't really suspect to be posting much on this realm. Most of it will need to go in the guild bank and distributed somewhere else. It might not be a terrible idea to group up and get that traded over. Where'd it go? Target is too far away. I'm literally here. Okay, you're done. Log off. Anything over here? A slimy fangtooth? Sure. Wait, hang on. I'm done with crafting for today. Time to play with some beavers. That can't be taken wrong at all. I hope you're playing Timberborn. I hope that's what you mean. No Mechanicas. Leave group, log out. Deadeye Monocle. Pump action bandage gun. We decided against that, didn't we? Orb of Deception. Does this thing still... My God. I guess it's still somewhat popular. Go on, how many can we get? At least one. Is that a one or is it a two? It's a one. It's a oneer. Some beaver, multiple beavers. Maximum quantity of beaverage. Satisfactory 1.1 in a week. Yes, good point actually. Yeah, there is an up. Where's me vendor gone? Yeah, I'm tempted to re-spin up Satisfactory playthrough. I'm not guaranteeing anything because I'm getting I'm all the more invested in WoW than I think I ever have been during this expansion right now. But there is part of me that's tempted to spin up a factory and have a blast for a while. But I also run the risk of getting entirely hooked on it again. Gurubashi headdress for 300 gold? Sure. Working on a slow build, working on doing all of the roads before building any factories. Oh, a bit of a transport network. Clever. This was the one thing about Satisfactory that, because I do not care quite enough for the aesthetics of stuff, I was significantly more likely to just hack something together that worked, that wasn't particularly pretty. But I do think if you care about the aesthetics of the builds, that's where Satisfactory will absolutely absorb your life. Where did that recipe go? Did I just buy a recipe? Worry. Oh, there it is. Okay. Whew. Okay. I got worried for a minute there that I just auto-vended the thing I bought. No Mechanicus to trade over, so log you out. Next team. I love WoW, but sometimes you need to play something else. Just for the itch that WoW doesn't reach. Yeah, oh, I totally get it. Yeah, I totally get it. It's, there's a finite amount of effort that anybody can put into one game, I think, before you just get cooked. Crafting done? Wait, hang on, what's this? This is a clip. What's going on here? What have I been doing? What have I been saying? Oh, the play with the beavers quote. Yeah. Playing with them beavers. Right, let's get the right TSM profile on these dudes. Let's get a sniper scan on the go. Sometimes I worry when clips come through because I'm not necessarily always overly conscious about what it is I'm saying. And I go, Christ, what was it I said? But luckily it's not too bad. Okay, right, where's the kill? Thwack, Slugger. Let's kill Thwack first if he's up. He's dead. We were too slow. Ha! The irony, he's up on my home realm. Squeeze in an hour or two of Satisfactory daily or a bit of 2 Point Museum. Yeah, I want to go back and finish off playing 2 Point Museum, actually. It was quite fun. Like I said, at the moment, I have the significant problem, though. I am so invested in WoW, building up a little empire, that it's absolutely taking all of my time and energy. Slugger, we don't need to kill. We've killed Slugger for the week. These different shards, 05, 20, 27, 27. Oh god, I got 3 dudes on the same shard. That's not very helpful. No wonder there's no rares up. Swigs has just popped up somewhere though. There's Swigs. I received a Twitch drop Minecraft code. I don't even play Minecraft. How's that work? Ubi this. Ubi this. My realm. Shoo. In the guild Mank Bastards. Interesting. Right, I'll get back. I'll get off your realm now. What we doing with the rare goblins? Rep. Well, I'm killing the rares for the miscellaneous mechanica. Right, thwack, swigs. We need tally or nitro. I'd preferably like one or the other, but none of them seem to be up on any of these realms. Although, is tally actually up on this realm? Is that fake news? Oh, I think it's just been killed. I think I've just missed it. Whoops. It was me. A wild Bolton appears. Right, well, let's just sack off the rares then. It's not really our main focus today either way. Main focus is getting these dudes up and running with some flipping. So let's have a little look what they've got to offer. Well, this realm, it's a big fat stinky absolutely nothing. So Malfurion, you are a dead realm. Congratulations. Let's loot the mailbox all the same. See if there's any Mechanica in here at least. 1. It's a good start. I'm pretty sure Tally has just spawned somewhere. So we still needed Tally and Nitro. We spot a Nitro. We'll go and investigate in a minute. You have 1 Mechanica to share, but realistically you just need to clear your bags of trash. And once your bags are empty, we can list some of something, anything, maybe possibly. Random couple of bits of mog from somewhere. And we'll log you off in a minute. But we've got to transfer the Mechanica over first. A Dibbler? The hell's a Dibbler? A pet for 1,000 gold. 4 of them for 1,000 gold. Nearly 400 of them across the EU. Quite readily available for a little bit, and they seem to be pretty much listed everywhere. Well, we'll have a few to distribute about, but I'm not expecting huge things off you. What have you got? Night Vision, Mech Shades of the Peerless. I've been seeing way too many of these. Oh, I kind of see why they're cool though. Are these crafted? Night vision mech shades. Warlords crafted. Old school crafted. Does that mean they take an ungodly amount of cooldown components? They do. Okay, that's the limiting factor on those being mass produced, which is probably why still to this day that they hold some value. 5k on the other hand is probably more than I would want to spend on those. Night vision mech shades. Can quite comfortably pick them up at around the 2,500 gold mark. But they can be distributed very effectively. Many places. With very, very many places not even having them up for sale. Interesting item. There's only one here. Look at the tooltip, clearly crafted. Oh, requires Draenor Engineering 1. Yeah. Oh, it actually says Warlords crafted as well. Fair enough. Yeah. Sure, whatever. Should probably just go buy them all off Draenor for 2,500 gold apiece, but we're already here. Waking Horror Spaulders. Is it the only one on the realm? Yeah. Oh, no. It's not the only one on the realm. Feels cheap. Feels cheap, but also feels as if it's being... Mythic Warforged, item level 60. How the hell does that happen? This is where I absolutely 100% don't ever trust TSM's tooltips. How does that even exist? Item level 60 requires level 45. How is that even possible? How broken is that? That's hella broken. They're green glowy shoulders though. Sure, we'll have one. Even if we don't relist it here, we'll send it somewhere else. Right, you've emptied your mailbox. No Mechanica to share, so you can basically log out now. You do have a Mechanica to share, that's why you're still there. No Mechanicas, log you out. And no Mechanicas over here either. Okay, our early luck of getting like 2s or 3s on some of our tunes was clearly just being the right side of RNG.
Bye-bye now.
Why didn't this dude log out again? Seems to be this fourth account that has randomly decides to not log out when I tell it to. I don't know why. This is definitely not a speedy process, though. I'm hoping this is just because I'm kind of like... We're not in the... we're not in muscle memory mode with this yet, where we can just bang it out. I'm still having to proactively think about what we're doing on all of them. How are you doing, Jenny? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. I also haven't quite figured out just how I'm going to actually access the guild bank with these tunes yet, because I'm pretty sure guild bank access requires rep with the guild, which is something I do not have. The long-term solution is not to stand right here, but I haven't figured that out yet. That's still work in progress. All these tiny little things, like just kind of getting their TSM profile on the right, you know, getting the right profile up and running, and all of this sorts of stuff is... When you multiply, I guess when you multiply anything by like 80, I think it's 84 servers. When you multiply anything by 80, it becomes a big number, doesn't it, I suppose? Right, now let's kill some rares. Swigs. No, less dots! Did we get a tag? I think we got a tag. I did. Could loot it. We did get a tag. Right, thwack. I don't think guild bank access needs rep, or else doing the Nightfall event would give some rep. Yeah, there's I'm pretty sure even if you do, it's not a lot of rep. Time walking with the renowned guild tabard on is a good way for a fairly painless rep. Oh, that's probably going to be the ticket to success then. If we're going to use time walking to level these dudes up, they're just going to all need a guild tabard then. That can be easily facilitated. Yeah, that could probably be done.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
How do you get the square map? It's actually an add-on. It's sexy map, but with a slightly different than their default profile. The illustrious guild tabard is better, but it requires friendly to wear. I have a sneaky suspicion that friendly is what you need to use the guild bank access anyway. This realm isn't bringing up anything. Perks. Is it this one? Mobile banking, 1 hour cooldown. Summon a guild chest that allows access to the guild bank for 5 minutes. Only guild members with guild reputation of friendly and above are allowed to use the chest. Okay. So yeah, we're going to need friendly to get that anyway. Oh. Oh, apparently you need at least friendly for the tabards anyway. We'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. That's tomorrow's problem. We'll call that tomorrow's problem. Right, there was nothing in the auction house, at least, on this realm, wherever we are. Emerald Dream. Basically nothing in the mailbox either. Bag's absolutely full of junk, though, mind. So much junk, in fact, it makes me feel as if it doesn't have the right scrap profile. No, it's not on character specific. Why is there so much trash knocking about on this dude that hasn't been tagged for deletion? No, 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 no. I've never seen that button before. Sell searched for items to the vendor. Limit of 6, hold shift to bypass the limit. Oh, that's a very dangerous button. Holy. I never even knew that was a button. I'm going to try not to press that one too often. Merchant doesn't want that. What does a merchant not want? Hearthstone wild cards. No Mechanica. Let's leave you there for a minute either way. What's going on here? Bandage guns. 45k for the Fisher friend. Now that's starting to get a little bit more like a deal. The sale rate on them scares me to be spending that low a quantity, especially with the second one on the server all the same. It means I'd have to actually send it somewhere else. Oh, I don't have the balls to drop 45k on a recipe just yet. We need to scale up a little bit more before we do that. A very unlucky rock. Why the Christ on a bicycle does a very unlucky rock have both a regional market value average and sales data and a reasonable sale rate? What the hell is a very unlucky rock for? What do I not know? What magical piece of information do I not know? What even is a very unlucky rock? What is it? Contained in Lucky Horace's lucky chest? Added in Cataclysm? What currency for? Oh, it's a bauble worm mat. There we go. I knew there had to be some reason why they had sales data. Yeah, okay. Okay. What's the actual going rate on those normally? Can't believe I'm searching up grey items, but here we are. Very unlucky rock. There's only 43 across the EU. From anywhere from 300 gold a piece to astronomical prices. That's weirdly something I'm going to pick. I can't believe I've just bought a grey item for 2,500 gold. I feel ill. Careful with the trash settings though. Oh, that's a good point. It might nuke it. No, it's safe, I think. Guess we'll find out in a minute. Should we test the system? See if it is safe. Scrap shouldn't delete it, but I'm hoping something like Zygor doesn't kick in and delete it. I think it's safe. The rock is safe. Okay. Very zoomed in on this dude. If we sell this rock for 26k, oh dear, this game's officially broken. If we start selling rocks for 26k, shoveling stones at that point. Gusting Grimoire or whatever. We're not messing around with any of that business. I can tell you that for a fact. What's my default operation at the moment? I genuinely think my default is actually just the default one. Which, based upon the fact that I don't have localized realm data, I'm kind of surprised it even works. Maybe it is something I should double check. I'm still against smart people don't use the default auctioning operation, so I'm kind of going against the rules a little bit, but it is a rough generalized catch-all operation for just random odd bits of trash in my bags. Even though under normal circumstances I don't use it, but I'm pretty sure I haven't changed it from the default one. Which, it's really annoying that you can't actually see the whole thing. Yeah, it's still the no crafting, no DB market. Yeah, it's basically just going to use the DB region market average price. Which I guess is fine for just random odds and ends. Not something I'd suggest for long-term use, but Void Scarred Tall Strider Chick. Loads of these knocking about at the moment. I'm almost... There's part of me that does want to hoover up a bunch of these during the Vision event, but I equally think these could end up being 50 gold a piece by the end of it, so I'm going to leave them alone for now. Waking Horror Shoulders. If it's the only one on the realm. If it's the only one on the realm, we'll have it. Is it the only one on the realm? Ha! No. Wasn't there... Is this what I think it is? Yeah, it's these things. Isn't there also different colours of these? There's fell green ones. I'm pretty sure at different item levels there's different colours of these. I might have made that up. No, there are slightly different variations of these, look. Yeah. Yeah, there's different variations of these. Which makes perfect sense, Blizzard. Thanks for doing that, by the way. Which also leads me to believe that until I know more about those, I'm going to leave them the hell alone. I need to figure out what that market actually is. TSM only has one universal value. Even though there are different variations, it's annoying. The cheaper ones are often more plentiful and less pretty, so you've got to be careful. Yeah, I need to look into those a little bit more before I start dipping my toe in that pool. Then when it comes to relisting them, that's going to be an absolute nightmare if you end up with different variations of them. It's kind of naturally counter TSMable, I suppose, in a way, which is interesting.
Oh, do I have a deal for you?
unless you just price them all based on the most expensive variation. If you set them as a specific item, you can tell by the DB region market average. But it'll never have the actual... Yeah, sale value regardless is always merged. I think. Right, no mechanicas on any of these dudes either. Right, let's do one last just sanity check that there's no rares available before we log these teams out. Claimed there was a nitro, but don't know how long ago that was. He's already dead. This realm claims there's a... Oh, one of these realms claims tallies up as well. Oh, hang on, nitro's up here. Flipping dude does. I'm standing in front of nitro. Let's have a nitro kill. A lot of the BOEs, there's loads of variations with the sockets, tertiaries, etc. So it's annoying to manage. Yeah, you kind of want to very carefully curate your groups then, don't you? Ones that actually have visual differences, you want to group as specific items. Then everything else, you can just slam it all in the same one. Hey, at the end of the day, at least we can customize it now. There was there was a time when TSM just ignored all of that, and you just had to deal with it. So, right, is tally up on any of these? Claims it's here. Right, that's all the rares killed at least. Right, they'll take 20 seconds. Let me grab a quick drink. I wonder if there was a weak aura to easily show which account or window currently has pet battles and or warbank access. There is. I'm currently using it. If you give me a second, I'll share it. You see this here, no warband access. It was made by Loot Fever. And so far, it works a charm. Where was it? Realm. No, that's that one. Warbank access, that one. There's no URL because it's not published. It's not published. This is the problem when I get personally sent weak horrors. I don't know how to then share that. Can I go export? Oh, giving you that big old code is a bit of a pain, isn't it? Shift click to create chat link. Oh, it has been published? Aha, okay. Good job, Loot Fever. There it is. Warband access. Woo's got you the link? Woo's got you the link? Simply showing whether you have warband access or no warband access. I usually accept most friend requests, but not that one. Right. TSM. Welcome in, Hayley. How we doing? How we doing? Hope you're having a good afternoon. Is it afternoon yet? Yeah, it's gone 2 for me. It should be. Should be afternoon just. Why is this all the way down there? It doesn't need to be all the way down there. Okay, right. Oh my god, we're at 49 Mechanicas. There's almost enough to buy two more mounts if we can actually shift some of the damn things. Nitro is dead on those 2 realms. Thwack is apparently available here. Let's give that a go. Or not. Somebody stole him. Anybody up anywhere else? Nitro and Tally on this one. Whoa, hold up. This could be a top tier shard that has everybody up. Can we blast out these 4 in one go? Do pet things over this way. There we go. Guards do guard things. Now we're cooking. Guards have got stronger DPS than even I do. Nitro. Bit of Pedro action. Swigs and Tally maybe possibly still alive. Oh my god. We could go 4 for 4 in this realm. I do hope there comes a day where we can go 4 for 4 far more frequently. I think once we go into 11.2, killing the rares out here, in theory, will get much, much easier. That is assuming that by that point most people have given up and will be off doing whatever the new thing is. But if there's not anything as lucrative as this, maybe people will stick around a bit like glue. We'll have to wait and see. Right, this is 4 for 4 though. We take those. Gets the rare part of the session out of the way nice and fast. Now we can empty mailboxes and see if there's any bargains to be had. Ha! Look at me, 3-headed long boy. Right, okay. Right, what do you got? Terrible turnip. There's a couple of them already on the realm. I will take both of them just so then we get a reset on the turnips. There's 2 tents. I'm not sure particularly. These are Dragon Scale Expedition tents. I have a sneaky suspicion these are crafted. Are they crafted? I mean, they look pretty cheap. Clockwork Gnome. Regional sale average of 22k. In for a penny. Any goodies? Crimson Mechasaur for 350,000 gold. Holy, that is cheap. Oh boy, that is actually very cheap. Now, I'm not in the game of flipping these because I'm farming these up, but that's a 10 Mechanica mount right there. That's a 35,000 gold per Mechanica pet right there. That's got to be region cheapest. Crimson Mechasaur. Crimson Mechasaur. Crimson Mechasaur. Yeah, that's not even on. That's not even on this. That's 100,000 gold cheaper than literally any other realm anywhere. What realm is this? Eridar. Somebody had it. Somebody was listening. Okay, well, there's that decision made. In that case, then let's open the mailbox. What we got over here? Owl braces. Not really bothered by a pair of braces particularly. No, I'm not even gonna. I don't care for that price. Anything over here? I recognise that name. I recognise that name. I will leave those there. What realm is this? Frost Wolf. I recognise that name. Okay, 2 Mechanicas over here. Right, those over. Log him out. What really sells well are the augment runes from Shadowlands. Do they actually? That's an odd thing to sell. Why is seeing you with a Bruto still so weird after years of not having it? I know it's kind of weird that we killed that meme by getting the pay to win boy, but I can't complain. We need to transfer that wherever it's going to you. They don't break the bank, but it's relatively easy gold. It's odd that they still sell. Yeah, it's a good. It's one of those good examples to showcase that even if you don't think something will sell, list it because there's a good chance it does. Because the game will absolutely surprise you with these things. No Mechanicas over here.
Time is money, friend. Glad I could help.
Oh, people doing Mage Tower. That's a good show, actually. That could be the one. No Mechanicas here either. Okay. We're up to now 52. Enough for a couple more mounts already. Or Raiders, because when ready check is done, it only tells you that you are using a rune, not which one. Okay, people taking the cheap way of getting their getting their raid leader off their back. That could actually be quite true as well. Funny but true. I'll just casually use this 20 gold one so that people don't shout at me for not having expensive runes. Yeah, that genuinely wouldn't surprise me, actually. Okay, right, where are we going then? Thwack Nitro. Start there. Oh, somebody's already having a pop at Nitro over there. Probably going to get locked in combat. Let's have a little stroll over this way. Get Mr. Thwack. They dropped the 100k perma ones at the start of the expansion. That'd be great. I do wonder how they calculate what they're going to charge for those things, you know. I'm sure Blizzard maths it out. And I'm sure they math it out to make it just worthwhile if you are playing, like, one step above mid-core. If if you are... Because I reckon most people who buy the permanent one don't get their money's worth out of it. I reckon most people that buy it for the convenience. For the convenience of then not having to ever worry about going back to the auction house and buying more. But I would imagine if people did just buy the mass per needed on the auction house, they'd probably save gold. Good old convenience tax. And Blizzard gets 100k gold out of the economy for every person that does it, so it's probably a win for them either way. Any tally spawns here, apparently. What was that? No, you are ready for pew-pewage. Is that all 4 rares nice and quick again? It is. If this could happen every team, that would give us a little bit more time to focus on the auctioning, flipping, buying, hunting down goodies part of this. Right, let me stand here. What we got going on over here then? Cold Light Sulph Runner, pet. Can't argue 1 silver pets. We take 1 silver pets. I don't care what the pet is. If it's a 1 silver pet, we have it. Yoink. Ripperoni pepperoni for whoever decided to post that for 1 silver. I don't even know how that happens these days, to be honest. Mate, how do you even do that? Because TSM won't even post it at 1 silver by default. That must be like the default. I don't. Somebody must have manually done that for that to even happen. I don't even know. I'm not going to complain. Interestingly, that does also mean that that thing won't have been... Oh no, there it is. No Mechanicas, so you can log out. Dark Iron Baby Booties. The Christ are these? These going to be another flipping... These going to be another... Are these going to be another pet component? Dark Iron Baby Booties. No clue what these are so far. Currency for Topaz Bauble. There we go. That's why we care about those. If in doubt, Bauble. Yeah, clearly. If in doubt, Bauble. Clear the bags of trash. No Mechanicas. Log you out. An Icky. Ickies are like cheat code pets. No Mechanicas. Wormhole generators, archetype, or a dusk blade. 100k for a dusk blade. It's a big boy. Big boy piece of mog. Big boy piece of mog. Not under. See, if I was being more adventurous, I'd have a pop on that. But I don't really want to drop 100k on a single piece of mog right now, even if it's got the potential to turn it around for significantly more. My worry with something like that is that it would take me 6 months to sell it, even though it's pretty fairly priced for what it is. Well, fair. Yeah, I mean, it's beyond the cheapest across the whole region by quite some distance. I should probably pay a little bit more attention to how the hell you get one of these, but in for a penny. The reality is I'd probably be better off taking that to some other realm than trying to sell it here. I also don't think that's the first one of those I own. I have a sneaky suspicion I've got one of those on another character somewhere.
Good to meet ya.
If they make crafting orders region-wide, perhaps decor will be the same. Yeah, I don't know exactly what they're going to do with decor. They did sort of state in the article that they wrote about it that they did want to make them commodities, which would indicate that they go on the region-wide auction house, because that's kind of the rule, right? If it's a commodity, if it's a stackable item, it goes on the region-wide. So, yeah, it's kind of 50-50. But if they act like pets and mounts and armor and stuff. And in like, the reality is that they're not necessarily going to have variations. A blue chair will be a blue chair, which makes me feel that if a blue chair is just a blue chair, then there's no reason why they couldn't stack and why they couldn't go on the region-wide auction house. Especially if we're led to believe that you will need a quantity of them. If you want to put 4 blue chairs in your house around a wooden table, you will need to buy 4 blue chairs. It won't be like an appearance that once you have the appearance, you can use it as many times as you like. I think there is going to be an inventory value of them, which it'll be interesting to see how they figure the system out. I'm sure they'll. I'm sure in time we'll find out. Well, of course we will, but it'll definitely be interesting to see in what direction they take it. I'm now getting far enough down my list that I think I'm starting to get to the teams that haven't done their weekly stuff as well. These guys have killed Chief, and they've killed Junkwall, and they've... Okay, these ones have still done some of the weekly shenanigans. I'm kind of mostly focusing on scouting for deals right now. Whereas on other days, I'll more focus on just relisting what's expired and then doing the rare killing. I'll have to kind of flip-flop. It might even come to a point where I do deal hunting and auction relisting one day and then rare killing the next day. Might not even try wombo comboing it. Because wombo comboing it seems to just make the whole process take too long. I mean, it is kind of my own fault to a degree to, you know, go from 0 to every realm in the EU in one go. But you know, shoot for the moon, and the worst case, you hit the stars, or whatever the phrase is. Or aim for the stars, the worst, I don't know, whatever. Aim big. Right, Swigs and Tally are both dead on that realm. Somebody's up somewhere. Tally's up here. I mean, I did say we were building an empire, and an empire's got to start somewhere. Doesn't make sense programmatically. It would be way easier for them to make them appearances, but who knows? Well, yeah, it depends if they want people to buy the same piece of decor multiple times, or craft the same piece of decor multiple times, or farm out and acquire the same piece of decor multiple times. But yes, I do kind of think that building up a decor collection would basically allow them to just copy the code from Transmog, really, wouldn't it? Which will be a decision they'll have to make, I guess. Do they go the easy route and just copy a big code chunk and then make some changes to it? Or do they do they try and build out a new system where if you want 4 pictures of Jaina on the wall, you need to farm out or buy or craft 4 pictures of Jaina. Why do we have so many clients open? So that we can do more things at the same time. At the moment, we are. Oh God, what's the pretending he's busy? What's the elevator pitch on what the hell we're doing right now? We are simultaneously farming rares in the Undermine on as many characters as we possibly can to get as many Mechanica as we possibly can, to sell as many pets and mounts as we possibly can. We are then also running. Each one of these characters is on a different server, so they're running a sniper scan to hunt for deals on those realms, so we can do some flipping at the same time. The process of doing all of this is slowly leveling them all up to 80 as well. Most of them are sort of 74, 75. So before too long, we will have a level 80 on every single server in the EU, all distributed across 5 different accounts, meaning that we can then be doing up to 5 things at once. Also known as Sweaty Goblin mode. How long does it take to get 25 Mechanica? I get about 50 Mechanica a week doing this. Roughly. It fluctuates one week from the other, depending on how much effort I put in. But we comfortably average about 50 Mechanica a week. Flyboy. No, we don't want Flyboy. Is there anybody better than Flyboy? Nitro, Swigs, or Thwack. Any of the above. Are these guys all sat on the same shard? Oh, Christ. They're all sat... 4 out of the 5 are sat on 1 shard. Okay, we might sack off killing the rares on this dude then. Let's see if any of these deals are actually deals. I see a nice cheeky blue number on this one. I like blue numbers. A nether cluster. I don't even know what it is. And a fisher friend. We've learnt to ignore those. Temporarily at least anyway. What we got here? A Tinder pup for 100 gold. Fisher friend. Like I said, we've learnt to ignore those. And what have we got over here? Strange goop. It's the first time we've seen this pop up. How many of these strange goops do you need to get the mount? Or is it just one? Is it just one for these? Regional sale average of 50k still on these things though. For the jellyfish mount. Is it just one? Interesting. I'll keep my eyes on those, but they need to be cheaper than that for me to consider picking them up. But it's good to see they're popping up on the scan. What have we got here? We got a flipper fish. I have no idea what a flipper fish is. Unique. Even whilst deceased, it's desired to flip from your... I hate unique items. Violently hate unique items. They clog up your mailbox and become an absolute bag of dicks to deal with. And how is it that there is so many of the... I don't even know what these are. What is a flipper fish? Flipper fish. Added in patch 9.2. Added in the Zerith Mortis patch. Deep Star Orlid Guide, creating the lure. Oh! You take the fish, the vines, the bob fishes, and a strange goop, and you smush them all together. Oh, they're all part and part of the same deal. one, but it doesn't stack. You can only have one in the inventory, so annoying. Yeah, unique items are an absolute pain in the ass to deal with. So much so, I'm going to ignore them. Yeah, I'm just going to ignore those. Far too much like hard work to deal with. Plenty of other fish in the sea. Ha ha! And a Mechanica for our efforts. 2 Mechanicas for our efforts. Hang on, what's going on here? Why have we got... Where did all this Warbound gear come from? Where did all this level 80 Warbound gear come from? How has a level 75 character got a whole bunch of level... What? Sure. Are we all grouped up? We're not grouped up. Oh, I didn't sell trash first. No Mechanica, so you can just log out. It's the only slight annoyance with this Mechanica farm. You end up with so much junk in your bags, but it does actually add up the gold. It still seems to be about 1,000 gold per character per week, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you multiply it by like 100 characters nearly, it's basically a free token a month just in the vendor trash, which is actually pretty wild.
Spirits be with you, man.
You do have a Mechanica, so let's send you over this way. I'm still saving some of the 610 gear on these characters because eventually they are all going to get to 80 and then it can be quickly equipped, other than just nuking all of it. But I do kind of think by the time half of these guys get to 80, even 610 gear will be massively out of date. So unless we go really ham with TBC time walking this week, which I am tempted to blast. Oh, now I've logged everybody off. Swigs turns up. Alright, well, there's always tomorrow. Wait, hang on, what is this? Do not skip the last 3 seconds. Oh god, what have I said this time? Yes, sweaty goblin mode. Oh, I forget. You guys probably can't. You guys don't get audio of my window by default, do you? It's because I've set up my audio channels in a bit of a funky way. No, not the flight master. There we go. Okay, they're all up and running. Now let's see if we can find some rares to kill. Tally. Let's give Tally a blast. Drizzling Rose appears. Welcome in, welcome, welcome. I hope you got all your alchemists sorted yesterday. I didn't get to hang around for too long, unfortunately. But I hope you had a good stream yesterday as well. Nearly 800k. Holy smokes. Yeah, I guess, was that all 65 characters? 65 characters. I think it's 65? 65 characters, nearly 800k. That's more than I'm making right now, and I'm messing around on 5 accounts doing all sorts of crazy stuff. Especially since I can't seem to get any of the rares to spawn. As soon as I start looking at the... Oh my god, what realm is this? Oh, Argent Dawn. Argent Dawn. The realm where we are clearly going to end up spending a bunch of gold. Probably stealing it all from Argent Dawn and distributing it everywhere else. 1,000 concentration with thaumaturgy, 1,000 concentration for ciphers, 10 crafts of awakened transmute, and 10 crafts of the war within transmutes, multiplied by 65, 800k in 3 hours, not bad. Yeah, I'd take 800k in 3 hours right now. So hang on, wait, didn't you awaken transmutes? That's Dragonflight stuff. Still making cash money on Dragonflight transmutes? That's crazy. Awakened Order is guaranteed gold. What's the drain on Awakened Order these days then? Or is it still being hoovered up for people making, I don't know, engineering toys or something? What are people using it for? I'm sure I'm missing a trick somewhere. Who do we still need? Swigs. Of course we're missing Swigs. Alright. Swigs will turn up in a minute. What we've got over here. Another one of those crowns. I don't know if 9,000 gold is cheap enough for me to care about. It's one of those, it might take a while to sell, but we double our money when we do. Pallid bone flute. Flipping hell, I remember that stupid pattern. That was actually big money back in the day even. 45k region sale rate right now. This was a random drop in Corthia, wasn't it? Pallid bone flute. Is it 2 L's? There's only 50 of them across the EU. There's loads of places where it doesn't even exist. Loads of places where it doesn't exist. Yeah, we'll have that. Oh, was that a Swig's kit? Well, that was Swig spawn. It's the one rare we need. Order to elements, one order into 3 to 4 of the others at random. Oh, okay. Interesting. Now everybody's going to do that with their 2,000 alchemists. I don't think there's that many people that have been crazy enough to set up alchemists on like huge amounts of characters. Those who are doing concentration crafting have pretty exclusively gone enchanting. There are a few people that have dabbled in maybe jewel crafting and a bit of inscription, but alchemy even from day one was a bit of a pain in the ass to scale up. You had a 2 or 3 week lead time before you were really doing anything with alchemy, which would have put some people off. A flaming hoop as a toy. Sure. Right. Let's see what Argent Dawn has to offer today. Scale Rain grips. Dragon Isles leatherworking. Some random ass legs on the cheap. Probably a million pairs of these on Argent Dawn, but we buy them on Argent Dawn, we take them other places. Stupid Fisher Friend again. Can't escape these Fisher Friend opportunities. Night Saber Cubs, 650k is that's a wild, that'd be a wild stab in the dark, wouldn't it? I don't think actually even at, I think you'd have to even reselling those at market price, which you're not going to do. Reselling those at market price, the auction house is going to take so much of a cut off that it's going to not leave you with anything in it. Interestingly, it doesn't look as if we're going to buy quite as much off Argent Dawn as I thought we might. Random ass pair of boots for a few hundred gold. Worth a punt. Battle pets on the cheap. So many of them that I'd want to pay more attention to what the hell's going on with it. Noble Garden bunnies, we're not touching them. No. Okay, wow, okay, we're not actually buying as much from here as I thought we might do. Argent Dawn wasn't as lucrative as I thought. Right, let's... No, that's not who we wanted. Get rid of the trash. Have you done Ragnaros yet, or should I go post my auctions? I actually don't know. No idea. I can't remember. Tell you what, one thing that is happening though is I'm getting hungry. That recipe is going back out at 200 plus K. Yeah, I don't think that's happening, is it? Random soul blade, where did that come from? Well, that's the whole point of flipping. You shoot for the moon and you hope for the best. If somebody wants it for crazy price, they can have. Any Mechanicas? No Mechanicas. Wow, we didn't get a single Mechanical on any of these dudes. Big stinky.
I got what you need. Glad I could help.
Chaos Pop for 95 gold. Must not forget to cage pet duplicates. I can't remember what the Chaos Pop even looks like. Ha! All of these realms are like Alakir, Anubarak, Arakram. How have we managed to go Team A? What's this one? Arathi. Haha. I clearly must have done these in some sort of alphabetical order. Or that's extreme levels of fluke. Has anybody else got these bugged out mysterious satchels, by the way? I have some that... Oh, okay. Well, let me get rid of this one now. I've got some of them that are on some of my characters that are just bugged. They won't let me open them. And sometimes they won't even let me delete them either. I think this dude's got one as well. Oh, the window's too small. There it is. Delete. Just get rid of it. Okay. Nitro or Tally? Okay, we missed Tally. Oh, wait, hang on. Thwack just spawned. Which realm did Thwack just spawn on? This one? Try again. Try again. Try again. At least I'm down from almost 3,000 to only 1,200 auctions. Yeah, that's the one thing I'm going to have to be careful with this whole setup eventually. Is that I don't really ever want to exceed about 80 items per realm. So I also want to be careful that I don't accidentally flood each server just with pets. Or like useless 100 gold mod kind of stuff, you know. At least the advantage of doing it on so many different characters across a bunch of different accounts though is that it's probably going to take me a while to get even like 20, 30 or 40 items on each realm. Just simply because of the fact that we're doing it or trying to do it at such a large scale. It might be too large. I might have bitten off far more than I can chew, but if you don't try, you don't know. Nitro, thwack, 2 more rares if we can get them. 2 more rares if we can get them. Are they anywhere? Tally or Swigs? Both of them over this side of the world. Apparently not. We'll come back to them then. Right, I'm doing this one first because I can see blues. Gnomish Universal Remote. Classic Engineering, 79 gold. Well, you can't lose on that one really, can you? Crimson Whelpling for 1,200 gold. Probably can't lose on that either. We'll go backwards. An Icky for 1,000 gold. It's always good to stock up on cheap Ickies. Clockwork Gnome. Sure. Some random ass legs. Some random ass legs. A replica. Dark Moon Fair business. Probably on the auction house because the Dark Moon Fair is in town. It is a chest piece as well. I have a sneaky suspicion that these are probably massively overpopulated these days. Dark Mantle Tunics. Replica Dark Mantle Tunic. These are not that overpopulated. There's only about 1 per realm. There's only about 1 per realm, and they seem to be clustered on some realms, meaning there's loads of places to take them where they don't even exist, which makes them interesting enough to probably just snag one. Egberts, random ass pet that I have no idea about. There's 2 of them. I need to buy both of them to get the reset. Don't think I care enough about Egberts. These random ass legs. Worst case scenario, I claim the appearance from them. And a soul rattle rib cage. I don't know, it's 1,000 gold. Don't think about it too hard when it's 1,000 gold. Razorfin gauntlets. These are island expedition stuff, aren't they? And apparently I've already bought a couple of these over on Kazakh. Sure. And these survival pets I already determined I can get these for about 10,000 gold a piece in almost unlimited quantities, so 10k isn't a deal. Two Mechanicas. Check the Anubisith idol. What, region wide or on a specific realm? Oh wait, we've got two Mechanicas on this realm. 2, 3, 4 Mechanicas. Yo, that'll do. That'll do. I haven't crafted any old mogs since the War Within launch, and now and then I just vendor or disenchant auctions under 1k gold. Yeah, they're yeah, sometimes when you end up dealing with just too many items, you have to just make the decision to just nuke half of them, even if they're kind of technically worth something. It's, I also have tried to set this whole system up in a way that I kind of naturally avoid the cheap shit. And now it's the cheap shit that does probably sell much faster, but simultaneously you also start running the risk of like deposit fees stacking up over time, and you start to question whether it's even worth messing around with. I think my when I was building this TSM setup, I basically ignored items that were worth less than about 5k gold. I decided that if we're going to do this, let's at least start by doing it sort of properly. It means there's not going to be that many deals to be had, but it should also mean that we don't end up just filling the inventory with super cheap rubbish. Like I said, that's the theory at least. We'll see how it ends up. Now, there is also the slight risk with that theory that I'll end up selling so few things on each realm that just the process of logging in and flipping relisting everything will be a pain in the ass. But because we're wombo comboing this with killing rares, I'm incentivized to log on to these characters nearly daily anyway. So that's kind of one of the reasons I've chosen to have this rare farm and my region sellers as the same character, because it means whilst we start building up a bit of a stock of, well, a bit of an inventory of stock, it'll give me good reason to keep it listed. Right, let's trade over these Mechanicas. I mean, I hope it's a good plan. Like I said, I'm not entirely holding my breath, but I do kind of hope it's a good plan. Because I knew full well, and the only reason I knew this was because a few years ago when I was selling pets across all of the realms, I very quickly ended up with a couple of realms that didn't really have many pets on them. And it became, those realms became really frustrating to just even log on, empty mailbox, repost stuff. Because that was the absolute only reason I was ever logging on to that character, to post like 3 auctions, and it just got silly. But at least if there's multiple reasons why I'm logging on to the character, in theory it means I'm more incentivized to do it and keep up with it. And hopefully we can get over the hump of like not having much stock, to the point where we can just, we don't necessarily even need to continue hunting for so many deals. We can go a week where we do nothing but just like repost once or twice, and we'll still make some sales from it. That's kind of that's the end goal. Tis the dream. tons of Island Expedition stuff from BFA, never farmed after BFA, and still selling them each day, at least a few items. Still a lot in stock. Yeah, the Island Expeditions were really interesting, how they've kind of like maintained their value. But back in the day, those appearances were like A, really cool, and B, pretty unique. So it's kind of no surprises that they're still popular sellers to this day. And it's, you know, you don't have to look too far until you start seeing YouTube farm Island Expedition make $1 million gold an hour videos popping up. So there's still clearly a lot of attention to them. Now, it's not necessarily something I would farm all that much. But weirdly, is 5-man multi-boxing Mythic Island Expeditions gonna net you so many doubloons these days that you could actually snag a few? I guess do you actually have to loot? I can't even remember how you farm Island Expeditions, because you don't get loot in the Island Expedition, do you? You're not actually looting anything in the zone. Is it just from the boxes that you get on completion? I can't even remember. It's been years since I've actually been in an Island Expedition. But, you know, Goblin Brain do goblin things.
You come get the voodoo.
I was farming and buying some of the sets for a few thousand gold. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's still quite lucrative in an adventure.
Talk to me. Keep it real.
I did it with 3 characters. Can confirm that 1 character just gets a lot of doubloons and the other 2 so few. But then I used the 3 characters when there was no solo queues back in BFA. Oh yeah, there's solo queues for them as well these days, isn't there? I mean, that will make a bit of a difference, but the fact that we've had multiple expansions between then and now, it's kind of like, it's old enough content now that if you are old school, you know about it, but there's probably a huge amount of the player base that doesn't really know what Island Expeditions particularly are even. One, two, three, four, five. Oh, I've still got 6 teams left. Yeah, doing everything in one go, killing rares and doing auctiony stuff is unnecessarily slow. I will have to split this up across different days, I think. Do auctions one day, do rares the other day. Also, when we get to the point where we're posting only every 48 hours, I guess we will. I guess when we're only posting every 48 hours, we'll end up skipping part of the process. We can log in, do a sniper scan, kill the hotel rares, go do the other rares, the weekly rares when they pop up, and then log out and just ignore the relisting side of things. Only do that every couple of days. Maybe. It's also taking me a bit longer because I don't have the rhythm, I don't have the routine down yet. But there is something kind of weirdly lethargic about hunting for deals. I've always said I don't particularly enjoy farming because I don't get that dopamine rush when I get something to drop that's valuable. But hunting for deals, finding a bargain somewhere is scratching that itch a little bit. It did when I did Project Pet. I think I just got slightly frustrated with only buying and selling pets. Plus, we were about to land in Dragonflight, so I was very distracted. Right, everybody's scanning. Nitro is dead. Thwack is available. Thwack was available. He'd be no more. '86, '86, '08, 47, 28. Okay, we've only got 2 dudes on 1 shard. We should have more rares available than this, though. I kind of wonder, you know, because I do this rare farm at the same time every day. I I kind of wonder how many of you guys are also doing exactly the same thing, flying around killing all these rares at the same time. I wonder if we're creating a traffic jam by streaming this. Because there is literally no rares available. What's this scan saying? Fisher friend. No, we're ignoring Fisher friends. Let's open mail instead. Snarly. That pet's actually used in quite a few pet battles, you know. Blood-forged saboteurs. These are like real old school transmog. Real old school transmog. Right on the border of what my sale rate threshold allows. Right on the border. Is there like 12 pairs of these on this realm? There's only 2. We'll just buy both of them and call it a day. Mooncloth robe? God, I forgot that thing existed. Why do we have no region market price? Yeah, no. And then a wildly expensive pet. Wow, this was a very unfruitful set of realms. At least give me some Mechanicas. 1. Swigs is up on this realm. Oh, flipping dead again. 30 seconds too late to the party. Real anticlimactic team. No deals to be had. No flipping rares to kill. And only 1 Mechanica between the lot of them. Definition of anticlimactic. Steady supply of like 603 gear from killing these rares though is actually also giving us a a handful of things to list on every realm, even even without having to buy them. Whoa, no post. I wonder if I do need to try and pay a little bit. I may need to add a few more items to my TSM groups. It does feel like the sniper is pulling in very, very similar items every time we search for something. It seems a little bit too coincidental that nearly all of the deals are like a very small selection of items, which
Got the best deals anywhere.
I kind of learned from Project Pet that probably means that they're not as good of a deal as they look when there is a deal available everywhere. It's often a case that there's some shenanigans at play with the price. But I don't quite know how to address that. Tally and Thwack and Nitro all appear to have spawned like bosses at the same time. I guess one advantage of doing this auction house business as well, though, is it does kill some time between the rares not being there. So I guess it's not entirely time poorly spent. Nitro is not there anymore. Okay, I swear like 3 rares turned up at once, but they must have all got nuked. I guess then this team is transfer over Mechanicas, which is only 1. So log you out, log you out, log you out. Now log you out. Wait, why did no... Oh, they did log out. Wait, why didn't you log out? Log out. Oh, there's definitely something about joining groups or leaving groups that causes the logout timer to disappear. I can't quite figure out what it is though, but I need to because it's happened 10 times today and it's annoying. Zoning into a different shard switches. Is that what it is? If I'll have to get into the habit then of leaving the group, letting it phase, and then logging out. Then, if that's the case. Because when we already have to wait 20 seconds for logout anyway, I don't want to be doing that twice accidentally. Whoa! Loads of stuff popping up on this realm. Antonidas. Is that a big popular realm, is it? What's that twinned with? I can't remember. Appreciate you stopping by, Mr. Goldson. Enjoy the rest of your day. Sweet as up. Okay, not doing a great job of finding rares though. What goodies we got going on over here? Moundo's Sword Cane. Schematic for 500 gold a pop. Ravenous Prideling. Oh, there's 2 of those. Oh, I didn't realise there was 2 of those. Alright, well, we'll have 2 of those. Ravenous Prideling. 1,000 gold for a pet. Seems cheap. Another one of those rocks. Goes into a pet. Elementium Geodude. One of those already in my bag somewhere. But 2,200 gold. We'd have to buy a lot of them. I'm really trying to be cautious about not buying all the pets. There's literally everything on this list is a pet. 200k for a Steam Weedle Flunky. People really are trying to get rid of these now, aren't they? People are starting to panic that they can't sell the damn things. Which is kind of the direction I originally suspected these Mechanica pets would go. That people would farm enough Mechanicas to get a pet, and then after a few days of that pet not selling, they'd get antsy to like get something for it and just start deep undercutting until somebody like myself buys it to take it somewhere else. Which was the kind of initial theory that we had how the market would play out. An Egbert and a Flaming Hoop again. Flaming Hoop I also think is crafted. I'm pretty sure it is. I don't know for how much for. And they don't seemingly sell fast enough. Is it the only one on the server? It's the only one on the server. We'll buy it just to reset the price. Owl braces. I need to remove these from the group because these were bait item. I don't care about these at all. I don't know how they've slipped in, to be honest. Oh, couple of Mechanicas. Can we get a third? Just the 2. I'm actually pretty pleasantly surprised at how many Mechanicas I've got this week without seemingly feeling like I've done more than only... I think I've done like 2, maybe 3 days of Mechanica runs. But what it does tell me is that I think the drop rate on the weeklies is significantly higher than what Wowhead is indicating. Because if I haven't killed the dailies more than like once or twice, yeah, I'm still getting the Mechanicas. I'm leaning to the theory that the weeklies are very, very much higher a drop chance. But that's one of those things that's very difficult to prove unless I actually loot every rare I kill on every character, which I'm not doing. Literally nothing to post on this realm. But you do have a Mechanica, so we'll keep you about for a minute. Sold a wormhole generator of Shadowlands, another one of those items I crafted before the War Within. I have a sneaky suspicion I've bought a couple of those today. It could have been me. My character names are tactically got nothing to do with the name Manthi, though, so they're a little bit more undercover.
What's up? Hurry back!
Right, are any of the rares up? Because we didn't kill Thwack, Tally, or Nitro. Nitro's up. Let's give that another go. Oh, that was a quick and easy tag. Yoink. Tally or Thwack. Thwack's just been spotted somewhere. Okay, who do we still need? Nitro's dead, so we need a Tally kill if we can get one. Otherwise, we'll transfer over Mechanicas and log them out. Negative on the Tally luck. Right. That means you can log out. Oh, yeah, you're right. Inviting or dropping a group causes it to do weird stuff. Alright, is that everybody? Remove group, remove group, remove group, remove group. Log out, log out, log out, and log out. Right, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to go get me some food. I can actually feel my stomach rumbling, which is definitely a sign I'm hungry. Probably the 12 litres of coffee we drank hasn't helped. But either way, thank you very much for stopping by. Today was a bit grindy. But we did end up going, we've got like 30 miscellaneous Mechanicas already from what feels like not actually killing the rares very much last week. So I'm really happy about that. I don't know what we'll turn those into just yet. We might turn them into some pets and start distributing them around places where there aren't pets. That's probably a smart move on my play. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. We get Dastardly Duos to have a little bit of a play with tomorrow. there's going to be more actual gameplay orientated stuff. That's the plan, at least. And of course, Wednesday is often the day I'll look at doing a double stream, catch some of those Team NA and evening viewers as well. So if you're interested, stop by tomorrow. We'll be doing some more actual gameplay. And we will slowly build this into an empire, and we'll sit upon a big pile of gold once again, hopefully. But anyway, thanks for joining. Come say hi on the Discord if you're not there already. I often have the issue at this time of the day that because I stream antisocial hours, I never really know many people online when I'm about to finish, unless, of course, Elon or somebody's switched their stream on. No, I'm going to have to let you guys navigate in your own directions. So yeah, thanks for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll catch you all tomorrow. Peace.